Hi, I'm Benedict. Welcome to Boring Sleep Stories, a quiet, unhurried space. Settle in and let this gentle narration carry you toward rest. Please like the video and subscribe to our channel, but only and only if you liked the video. The air in this room is still and warm. Held within walls of wood, a quiet peace settles, a sense of being sheltered and safe. The only light comes from the low, gentle glow of embers in the hearth, a warm heart at the centre of the quiet lodge. The fire has burned down, its work done for the day, and now it simply breathes a soft orange light into the deepening shadows. The light catches the grain of the wooden floor, the soft texture of a wool blanket, the simple solid shape of the walls that hold the quiet. There is nothing to do here, no task to complete, no journey to begin. There is only this moment held in the deep, gentle quiet of the forest. The world outside has softened, its edges blurred by the descending night. Through a pane of glass, the forest is a collection of deep, soft shapes, silhouettes of pine against a sky that has lost its colour. And from just beyond the walls, a sound begins to make itself known. Not a new sound, but one that has been there all along, a constant presence now coming into focus, as all other sounds fade away. It is the gentle creak, a continuous liquid whisper. It is the sound of water moving over smooth stones, a murmur that has no beginning and no end. It is a sound that washes through the quiet, not disturbing it, but deepening it, a low, constant shushing, like the forest breathing a long, slow sigh of release. This sound becomes a part of the room, a part of the stillness. It weaves itself into the soft glow of the embers and the scent of pine that hangs faintly in the air, the scent of the forest itself, clean and earthy, a reminder of the living world that surrounds this place of rest. The scent of pine needles and damp earth and the clean, cool air of the mountains. Your own breath joins the rhythm of the quiet. A slow inhale, a long, soft exhale. There is no need to change it, only to notice it. The gentle rise and fall, a quiet tide within. Each breath is an anchor to this moment, to this place of peace. Breathing in the scent of pine and wood smoke, breathing out, letting go of the day. The sound of the creek continues its endless story. It speaks of movement without effort, of a journey without a destination. Just the simple, steady flow of water finding its way. The sound separates into 1,000 tiny notes, a cascade of liquid chimes, a soft tumbling over moss-covered rocks, and then it all merges back together into one single soothing hum, a sound that holds you, that fills the space around you with a sense of calm continuity. The mind can drift to the source of that sound, to the creek itself as it winds its way through the dark woods. It moves under the tall, silent pines, their vast forms standing as gentle guardians of the night. The air beneath them is cool and still, thick with the scent of resin and damp soil. The ground here is not hard or uneven, but a deep, soft cushion. A forest floor built up over countless seasons, a tapestry of fallen needles and rich, dark earth, and over everything a blanket of moss, deep, plush and velvety. It covers the ground, it climbs the trunks of ancient trees, it softens the edges of fallen logs and stones. In the dim light, it would appear as a deep, living green, a colour that speaks of rest and quiet growth. You can almost feel its softness, its cool, damp touch, the feeling of a surface that yields, that cushions, that holds. A bed made by the forest itself. The feeling of sinking into that softness is like the feeling of sinking into sleep, a letting go, a release of weight, a sense of being completely and utterly supported. The earth holds you, the forest holds you, the quiet of this night holds you. Back in the lodge, the embers in the hearth pulse with a final, soft breath of warmth. A single ember shifts, a tiny whispering crackle, and then settles back into silence. The light in the room is now almost gone. The shadows have all merged into one deep, soft darkness. The wooden walls are no longer visible, but you can feel their presence, their solid, sheltering strength. You are enclosed in a space of profound safety. The only clear sensation is the sound of the creek. It is closer now, or perhaps the world has just grown quieter around it. It is the only thing moving in a world that has come to rest, a gentle flowing current of sound that carries you along with it. There is no resistance, no effort, just a soft, steady drifting. The air touches your skin, cool and clean. The weight of the blanket is a gentle pressure, a comforting reminder of your own stillness, your own rest. Every part of you is invited to soften. The muscles in your shoulders, your back, your legs, a slow, melting release, letting go of any tension you might have been holding. The pines stand motionless outside. They have been here for a long, long time, and they will be here long after the night has passed. They are a symbol of deep, quiet endurance. The wind, when it moves through them, is not a harsh sound, but a low, resonant whisper, a deep sigh that moves through the highest branches, a sound older than words. Tonight the air is mostly still, and the pines are simply present, their dark forms a part of the deep peace of the night. The details of the day begin to dissolve. Thoughts become like clouds drifting by without shape or substance, and then fading into the deep sky of the mind. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to figure out. All that is required is to be here, in this quiet, and to listen to the gentle music of the forest. The murmur of the creek is a lullaby. The scent of the pines is a calming balm. The darkness is a soft blanket. Breathing in the cool, clean air. Breathing out a wave of softness moving through the body. The sound of the water is a constant thread weaving through the fabric of the night. It flows and it flows, a river of peace. It washes away the edges of awareness, softening the boundary between you and the room, between the room and the forest. It all becomes one continuous space of quiet. There is the feeling of being held, supported by the bed, sheltered by the lodge, surrounded by the ancient forest. There is a deep sense of belonging here, of being a part of this quiet, natural rhythm, the rhythm of the creek, the rhythm of the trees, the rhythm of your own slow, steady breath, sinking deeper now, deeper into the softness, deeper into the quiet. The mind grows still, mirroring the stillness of the forest. The body grows heavy and relaxed, sinking into the support beneath it. Only the sound remains, the gentle, endless flow of the creek, a sound that asks for nothing, a sound that simply is. It is the sound of time slowing down, stretching out, becoming irrelevant. There is only now this long, peaceful moment of deep rest. The water murmurs over the stones, a low, liquid sound. The air is still and cool. The darkness is soft and deep. Just this, the sound of water, the feeling of breath, a slow, gentle current carrying you into the deep, quiet heart of the forest, into the deep, quiet heart of sleep. The creek flows on, a constant whisper, soft, steady, letting go, drifting, the sound of water, the feeling of breath, just this, quiet, deep quiet, rest. A low, steady hum vibrates up through the floor, a deep and resonant thrum that is more felt than heard. It is the constant, reassuring song of the rails, the sound of endless steel meeting steel. The motion is a gentle side-to-side sway, a rhythmic rocking that cradles and soothes. With every turn of the wheels, a soft percussive beat counts out the distance travelled, a click, clack that becomes the steady heartbeat of the night. The carriage trembles almost imperceptibly, a fine tremor that runs through the frame of the berth and into the mattress. Inside the small private compartment, the world is reduced to a warm and quiet space. The air is still and cool. A single small lamp is switched on, mounted on the wall beside the pillow. It casts a soft, contained circle of golden light onto the crisp white sheets and the dark, woolen blanket. The light does not reach the corners of the compartment, leaving them in deep, soft shadow. It catches the polished grain of the dark wood panelling, making the whorls and lines glow like honey. The bed is made. The sheets are cool and smooth against the skin, smelling faintly of clean linen and dry air. The pillow is soft, yielding as a head settles into its centre, the fabric rustling quietly with the movement. A heavy blanket, the colour of deep twilight, is folded neatly at the foot of the berth. Its texture is thick and substantial, promising warmth. When pulled up, its weight is a gentle, comforting pressure, settling over the body and tucking in at the sides, creating a safe and enclosed nest. Outside the large, dark window, the night rushes by. It is a canvas of near total blackness, a deep and endless void. There are no stars, no moon, only the occasional fleeting spark of a distant farmhouse light, a brief pinprick of warmth that appears and vanishes in an instant. Sometimes a string of lights from a sleeping town drifts past, a soft, blurry necklace hung against the darkness, gone before any single detail can be resolved. The glass of the window is cool to the touch. It reflects a faint, ghostly image of the berth's interior, the warm glow of the lamp, the pale shape of the pillow, a dim outline of a form settled beneath the blanket. The reflection floats over the dark, moving landscape, a dream of a room travelling through the night. A thin, silver line of light shines from beneath the compartment door. It is the dim, ambient glow from the long corridor outside, a cooler and paler light than the warm gold of the reading lamp. It traces the edge of the door, a quiet reminder of the larger vessel moving through the darkness. Occasionally a shadow passes across this line of light, slow and indistinct as someone walks softly down the carpeted runner outside. The footsteps are muffled, almost silent, absorbed by the thick carpet and the constant hum of the train. The only other sound is the faint, intermittent creak of the carriage as it sways, the sound of wood and metal settling into the rhythm of the journey. The train begins to slow, the deep, resonant hum lessens in pitch, and the steady click-clack of the wheels grows more deliberate, more distinct. A long, low hiss of air from the brakes sighs underneath the carriage. The gentle rocking motion eases, becoming a slow, deliberate glide. Outside the window, the absolute darkness gives way to a soft, spreading glow. Lights appear, sliding past the glass. They are the lights of a distant station, tall lamps on long poles that cast pools of pale, empty light onto a deserted platform. A bench, its paint faded, sits empty under one of the lights. A sign with the station's name is briefly illuminated, but the letters are blurred by motion and distance, impossible to read. There are no people, no activity, just the quiet, waiting stillness of a place suspended in the middle of the night. The train drifts past the platform, the lights sliding by one, their reflections moving across the polished wood walls of the compartment. The sound of the wheels is a slow, measured clack, clack, clack as they cross the points of the tracks. Then, with a barely perceptible lurch, the train begins to pick up speed again. The station lights recede, shrinking back into the darkness until they are just a small cluster of fading stars. The deep, steady hum returns, rising in pitch and volume to its familiar, soothing level. The rhythmic click-clack of the wheels quickens, blending back into a seamless, rolling beat. The gentle side-to-side sway resumes its comforting cadence. The world outside the window is once again a canvas of pure, unbroken night. Inside the berth, the small reading lamp continues to cast its warm, golden glow. The light catches the brass latch on the compartment door, making it shine with a dull, soft gleam. It illuminates a small woven pouch, resting on the narrow shelf beside the bed, its texture rough and simple. A glass of water on the same shelf shivers, its surface trembling with the fine vibrations of the train, the reflection of the lamp dancing on the water. The heavy blanket feels even more secure, its weight a constant, gentle presence. The body sinks deeper into the soft mattress, which rises and falls with the subtle breathing motion of the train. Every joint and connection in the carriage seems to have found its place in the rhythm, creaking and groaning in a familiar, predictable pattern. The sounds are part of the quiet, a texture within the silence, like the sound of a house settling in the night. The air in the compartment grows warmer, held in by the closed door and the heavy blanket. The coolness of the sheets has been replaced by a gentle, even warmth that radiates from the body. The pillow has moulded to the shape of the head, a soft and perfect cradle. The steady, unchanging hum of the rails is a constant lullaby, a sound that has no beginning and no end. It fills the quiet, smoothing over the edges of thought. The train continues its journey, a self-contained world of warmth and gentle motion. It passes over a bridge, and the sound of the wheels changes for a moment, becoming a deeper, more hollow roar as the tracks run over open air. The vibration shifts, becoming more pronounced before softening again as the train reaches solid ground on the other side. The rhythm does not break, it only changes its tone, its texture, before returning to the familiar hum. The sliver of light from under the door remains, a constant pale line against the dark floor. It is a silent watchman, a connection to the quiet, sleeping corridor. The long hallway, with its repeating pattern of closed doors and dim, shaded sconces, is a river of stillness flowing through the heart of the train. The soft, patterned carpet absorbs all sound, creating a path of deep quiet. Back in the berth, the world has shrunk to the small, warm space beneath the blanket. The darkness outside the window is absolute. The reflection in the glass is the only landscape, a faint and dreamy echo of the room. The gentle rocking is a constant, a physical mantra that pulls the body deeper into rest. The steady, low hum of the wheels on the track is the only music, a deep and endless drone that carries the train and its passenger onward. The weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow, the gentle rhythmic sway, and the train rolls on, deeper and deeper into the quiet, dark night. The world outside is a soft, endless fall of white. Through the glass of the window there is no detail, only the gentle, silent motion of snow drifting down, blanketing a world you no longer need to see. The glass is cold to the touch, a thin separation between the deep, quiet chill of the outdoors and the steady peace of this room. There's no need to look closely, no need to count the flakes or measure their depth. The snow is simply a presence, a quiet companion to the stillness within. It is a curtain of white, muffling the world, drawing the boundaries of your awareness inward to this small, warm space. A gentle warmth radiates from the iron stove in the corner. It is not a fierce, roaring heat, but a deep, settled warmth that has soaked into the very bones of the cabin. It is the warmth of glowing embers, a slow and steady release of energy that feels ancient and reliable. The air shimmers just above its surface, a visible current of comfort that drifts through the room, softening every edge. This warmth is a physical presence, a gentle weight in the air that calms and soothes. It touches your skin not with intensity, but with a constant, reassuring presence. It is the heart of the cabin, beating with a slow, quiet rhythm of heat and light. You are settled, resting, held by a soft surface. A heavy blanket of soft wool is drawn up around you. Its weight is a comfort, a gentle pressure that speaks of security and stillness. The texture is not sharp or new, but worn soft with time, the fibres yielding and gentle against you. You can feel this weight as a grounding force, connecting you to the stillness of the room, anchoring you in this moment of deep peace. The blanket holds the warmth from the stove, creating a pocket of perfect comfort around you, a personal haven within the larger haven of the cabin. There is no need to move, no need to adjust. The body is held, supported, and at ease. The air carries a faint, clean scent of pine resin. It is not a strong perfume, but a subtle, dry fragrance that rises from the wooden walls and the logs stacked neatly near the hearth. It is the scent of the forest, brought indoors and tamed by the warmth. It mingles with the even fainter, drier scent of the burning wood, a combination that speaks of shelter and nature in perfect harmony. This scent is part of the quiet, part of the warmth. It is the breath of the cabin itself, a slow, woody exhalation that fills the space with a sense of clean, natural calm. There is a steady indoor calm that permeates everything. It is in the way the firelight flickers without urgency, casting slow-moving shadows on the wooden walls. It is in the profound silence from outside, a silence born of falling snow. It is in the absence of demand, the release from all doing. Time itself seems to have softened, its sharp edges worn away. There is only the continuous present, the snow falling, the fire glowing, the body resting. The mind, following the lead of the body, begins to let go of its own sharp edges, its thoughts slowing, drifting, becoming as soft and indistinct as the snow outside the window. The light in the room is a living thing, a gentle pulse of orange and gold from the embers in the stove. It doesn't illuminate so much as it suggests. The shapes of furniture are softened, their lines blurred. The corners of the room recede into a gentle, comfortable darkness. The firelight catches on the grain of the wooden walls, making the patterns seem to breathe, to shift in a slow, organic dance. It is a light that asks for nothing, a light meant for rest. It is the opposite of the clear, demanding light of day. This is the light of embers, the light of dreams, a visual lullaby that soothes the eyes and quiets the mind. The snow continues its silent descent. It is a constant, a backdrop of pure, quiet motion. Watching it, or simply knowing it is there, has a hypnotic effect. Each flake is on its own journey, yet they move together in a single, unified gesture of descent. The world is being covered, simplified, returned to a state of smooth, white purity. The sounds of the world are being buried under this soft blanket. The only sound that remains is the low, internal hum of the cabin itself, the quiet crackle of a cooling log, the almost inaudible whisper of air moving from the stove. These are the sounds of deep peace, the sounds of a world at rest. The warmth from the stove continues to breathe into the room. It is a constant, unwavering presence. You can feel it on your face, a gentle caress. You can feel it in the air you breathe, a warmth that travels deep inside, soothing from within. It is a protective warmth, a shield against the immense and silent cold outside. The contrast is a comfort. The knowledge of the cold makes the warmth feel more profound, more precious. The two exist in balance, the cold defining the comfort of the warmth defining the safety of the shelter. You are at the very center of that balance, in a place of perfect equilibrium. The soft wool of the blanket is a universe of its own. Its gentle weight is a constant reminder of stillness, of being held. The fibers are a soft texture against the skin, a sensation that requires no thought, only acceptance. The blanket has absorbed the peace of the room, and it imparts that peace through its simple physical presence. It is a boundary, a soft wall between you and the rest of the world, but it is a gentle boundary, one that feels like an embrace. It holds you in place, not with force, but with a steady, comforting heaviness that encourages the body to release, to let go, to sink deeper into rest. The scent of pine, resin, and warm wood is the scent of this stillness. It is a fragrance that does not call for attention, but is simply there, a fundamental part of the atmosphere. It is the smell of the structure that shelters you, the smell of the fuel that warms you. It connects the indoor calm to the natural world outside in a way that feels seamless and right. It is a clean, honest scent, grounding and real. Breathing it in is like breathing in the very essence of this peace, taking the calm of the cabin into the body with each slow, easy breath. The steady indoor calm deepens. It is no longer just an absence of noise or distraction, but a positive presence, a quality of the air itself. It is a stillness that you can feel, a quiet that has weight and substance. It settles over everything, like the snow outside, smoothing over the sharp edges of thought and feeling. In this deep calm, the need to think, to plan, to remember, all falls away. There is only being here, in this warmth, under this blanket, surrounded by this quiet. The rhythm of the body slows to match the rhythm of the room. The heartbeat is slow and steady. The breath is deep and even. The firelight continues its slow, mesmerizing dance. Shadows lengthen and shorten, merge and separate, but there is no drama in their movement. It is a gentle, flowing motion, like seaweed in a slow current. The light catches a knot in the wood of the ceiling, and for a moment it glows like a dull golden eye before fading back into the soft darkness. The light is a visual representation of the room's energy, low, slow, and deeply peaceful. It is a light that encourages the eyes to close, to turn inward to the even deeper, more restful darkness that waits behind the eyelids. The snow falls. It has been falling. It will continue to fall. Its motion is the motion of eternity, a gesture without beginning or end. It is the quiet engine of this peace, the force that has hushed the world and turned this cabin into an island of tranquility. There is no need to wonder when it will stop. Its continuity is part of its comfort. It is a constant, a reliable truth in a world that has been simplified to just this room, just this moment. The endless white motion outside the window becomes a screen onto which the mind can project its own letting go, its own drift into sleep. The warmth spreads. It is a slow tide moving through the body. It unknots the muscles in the shoulders. It loosens the joints of the limbs. It travels down to the tips of the toes and the ends of the fingers, chasing away any lingering trace of tension. The body becomes a vessel for this warmth, filled with a comfortable, heavy peace. The distinction between the warmth of the room and the warmth of the body begins to blur. It is all one warmth, one field of gentle, radiant energy. The body is no longer a separate object in the room, but a part of the room's own deep, glowing peace. The weight of the wool blanket feels as if it is merging with the weight of the body. The pressure is a signal to release, to surrender to the pull of gravity, to the surface that supports you. There is a sense of sinking, but it is a pleasant, secure sinking. Sinking into the mattress, sinking into the quiet, sinking into a deeper and deeper state of rest. The blanket is a steadfast companion on this journey downward, its gentle pressure a constant reassurance that you are safe, that you are held, that you can let go completely. The scent of pine and wood smoke becomes more diffuse, less a specific smell and more a general quality of the air. It is the atmosphere of rest. It is the air of this specific peace. Each breath draws it in, and each breath is a little slower, a little deeper than the last. The rhythm of breathing becomes the only rhythm that matters, a slow, steady wave of air moving in and out. It is the body's own quiet song, a melody of pure, simple existence, played in harmony with the quiet of the cabin. The calm is no longer something to be observed, it is something that you have become. The boundaries between self and room, between inside and outside the body, are dissolving. There is the feeling of warmth, but not a separate feeling of a body being warmed. There is the sound of quiet, but not a separate listener hearing the quiet. There is the presence of rest, a state of being that is shared by the embers, the wooden walls, the falling snow, and the resting body. All are part of the same, single, unified field of stillness. The light is just a softness now, a gentle glow in one part of the space. The shadows are deep and comfortable, holding no mystery, only peace. The details of the room have faded completely, leaving only impressions. An impression of warmth, an impression of shelter, an impression of deep, profound quiet. The mind no longer seeks to define or label. It simply floats in this gentle sensory landscape, as soft and unanchored as a single snowflake drifting in the air. The snow falls, a silent white curtain, a continuous soft motion. The world outside is quiet, covered at rest. The warmth glows, a steady, deep heat, a constant, gentle presence. The room is safe, held at peace. The blanket is heavy, a soft grounding weight, a secure, warm embrace. The body is still, supported, letting go. The air is calm, a faint scent of wood and pine, a slow, easy breath. In and out, warmth, quiet, stillness. The snow falls, the fire glows, the breath flows, warmth, quiet, rest, snow falling, warmth glowing, Breathing in, breathing out, stillness. Warmth, quiet. The room is still and cool, the air settled and heavy with the quiet of a deep and sleeping night. High above, the arched stone ceiling is lost in shadow, a vast and unseen sky within these walls. The only light comes from a single candle, burning with a steady, unwavering flame upon the surface of a long, dark wooden desk. Its light is a small, warm pool in the immense quiet, a soft circle of gold that holds the darkness at bay. Within this circle of light, everything is gentle and clear. The dark, polished wood of the desk gleams softly. A sheet of thick, creamy parchment lies waiting, its surface smooth and patient. An inkwell, a small pot of liquid darkness, sits beside it. The world has narrowed to this small, warm space, this island of gentle light surrounded by a calm and silent sea of shadow. The shadows are deep and soft, clinging to the corners of the room, filling the spaces between the heavy legs of the desks that stretch away into the gloom. They are not menacing or cold, but peaceful, like a thick, soft blanket laid over everything. The candlelight touches the edges of the nearest shadows, turning them a soft, deep grey, but the rest of the room is given over to a profound and restful dark. There is a sound in the room, but it is a sound that is part of the silence. It is the gentle, rhythmic scratch of a quill moving across the parchment, a soft, dry whisper that rises and falls with a slow and even pace. It is the only movement, the only change in this still, quiet place. The sound does not break the peace. It deepens it, giving the silence a texture, a gentle pulse. The hand that holds the quill moves with a practiced, unhurried grace. There is no rush, no urgency. There is only the slow, deliberate formation of a line, a curve, a shape upon the page. The quill dips into the inkwell. A soft, liquid sound, a tiny disturbance in the still air. It rises, holding a perfect, glistening drop of black ink at its tip, a tiny sphere of night. Then it lowers to the page, and the slow, quiet scratching begins again. The ink flows onto the parchment, a line of wet, dark silk. It gleams in the candlelight for a moment before it begins to sink into the fibres of the paper, becoming a permanent part of the page. The line grows, extending slowly, a patient journey across the pale surface. It is a simple act, repeated over and over. The dip of the quill, the slow drawing of the line, the soft whispering sound. It is a rhythm as steady and as comforting as a slow heartbeat. Outside the high, arched windows, the sky is a deep, starless black. There is no moon, or perhaps it is hidden by clouds. The windows are just shapes of a deeper darkness against the stone walls. Nothing moves out there. The world outside the monastery walls is asleep, and the quiet from that sleeping world seems to seep through the stone, joining the quiet within. A low, resonant sound drifts through the air, so faint it is almost a feeling rather than a sound. It is the tolling of a distant bell, muffled by thick stone walls and long, empty corridors. The sound is deep and round, and it does not startle or interrupt. It simply unfolds in the air, hangs for a moment, and then fades away, leaving the silence even deeper than before. It is a marker of time, but a time that has no urgency. It is the time of the deep night, slow and immeasurable. The air in the scriptorium is cool and carries the faint, clean scent of stone. It mingles with the scent of old wood, of dry paper and parchment, and from the candle a subtle, warm fragrance of beeswax rises, a sweet and gentle perfume that stays within the small circle of light. It is the scent of quiet work, of patience, of stillness. Your own breath is a part of this quiet, a slow, easy inhale, a long, soft exhale. It is a quiet rhythm that matches the slow work on the desk, the steady flame of the candle. Each breath settles you more deeply into the stillness of the room, the coolness of the air as you breathe in, the gentle release as you breathe out. The room breathes with you. The shadows seem to soften with each exhale. The candlelight seems to grow a little warmer. The flame of the candle flickers for a moment, perhaps caught by a slow, invisible current of air. The shadows on the wall shift and dance, stretching and shrinking in a silent, momentary ballet. Then the flame steadies again, and the shadows return to their places, still and deep. Everything is as it was. The small golden flame stands its ground against the peaceful dark. The gentle scratching of the quill continues its soft, whispering song. The focus returns to the page, to the small, illuminated world on the desk. The line of ink is longer now. It curves and turns, a dark river flowing through a pale landscape. The process is hypnotic. The dip into the dark well, the lift of the quill, the slow, careful touch to the page, the whisper of the nib as it travels, the wet gleam of the ink as it settles. It is a cycle, a small and perfect routine. There is nothing else to do. There is nowhere else to be. There is only this moment, this light, this sound. Far away, down a long stone cloister, a single footstep echoes. The sound is faint, a soft tap that is swallowed almost immediately by the immense space and the thick stone. It is not a sign of intrusion, but a reminder of the quiet routine of the monastery, of a life lived in hushed and measured steps. The sound fades completely, and the silence that rushes back in to take its place is profound. It is a silence made of stone and shadow and deep, restful night. The hand pauses its work. The quill rests just above the parchment, its dark tip poised. In this pause, the silence becomes absolute. There is only the steady, silent burning of the candle and the slow, even rhythm of your breath. The room is a vessel holding this perfect stillness. The cool air rests on your skin. The deep shadows are a comforting weight. Time itself seems to have paused, held within the walls of this quiet room. Then the hand lowers once more. The quill touches the page, and the soft, scratching whisper begins again. The rhythm is restored. The cycle continues. The line of ink grows patient and certain. The world remains this small circle of warm light, this quiet desk, this simple, repetitive task. Everything outside this circle is soft and indistinct, a gentle blur of shadow and sleep. The candle burns lower, its wax melting in slow, translucent tears down its side. But the flame remains bright, a small, resilient heart of light. It casts a warm glow on the focused work, on the dark ink and the pale page. It illuminates the patient movement of the hand, the slow and steady progress. The light is soft, kind to the eyes. It asks for nothing. It simply is. The deep, muffled toll of the bell sounds again. Another hour, or perhaps a half hour, has drifted by, unnoticed. The sound washes through the room like a gentle wave and recedes, leaving the shore of silence smooth and undisturbed. The sound is a reminder that the night is deep, that the world is resting, and that here, in this small, warm space, all is well, all is calm. The quiet deepens, settling like a fine, invisible dust on every surface. It settles on the stone floor, on the long rows of empty desks, on the high, shadowed arches of the ceiling. It settles on your shoulders like a soft, warm cloak. It is a quiet that you can feel, a presence that is gentle and reassuring. It is the quiet of sanctuary, of peace, of a world that has turned inward to rest. The work continues. The quill dips and draws, dips and draws. The soft, whispering scratch is the only anchor in a drifting, peaceful sea. The ink makes its slow, dark mark. The candle burns its steady, golden light. The shadows hold their deep and silent watch. The room is full of a quiet, patient energy. It is the energy of stillness, of focus, of a simple task performed with care. There is nothing to strive for, nothing to achieve. There is only the being, here, in this moment. The slow, steady rhythm of the work, the slow, steady rhythm of the breath, the slow, steady passing of the quiet night. The lines on the page are a record of this quiet time, a map of stillness. Each curve, each stroke is a moment of peace made visible. The ink is dark and final, but the process is light and continuous. The inkwell is deep, the parchment is wide, the night is long, The work goes on, a gentle repeating pattern. A soft sound in a quiet room, a small light in a great and peaceful darkness. The candle flame holds steady. The shadows remain soft and deep. The quiet continues, unfolding endlessly into the night. Here, in this quiet space, there is only the feeling of rest, a deep and easy rest, settling into the body, into the bones. You are sheltered and warm here in this wooden lodge. The air is still and holds the faint, clean scent of pine wood. The walls around you are made of solid, smooth logs, their rounded shapes creating a feeling of strength and safety. The space is dim, lit only by the softest moonlight that finds its way through a nearby window. There is a blanket, heavy and soft, resting over you. Feel the gentle weight of it, a comforting pressure that helps you to settle. It is a simple, grounding feeling. The weight of the blanket, the softness of the surface beneath you. There is nothing else to do but feel this simple comfort, this gentle weight. The air you breathe is cool and fresh, carrying the scent of the wooden walls and the clean night outside. And from outside, there are sounds, the soft, constant sounds of the forest at night. A gentle creek flows nearby, its voice a low and steady murmur. It is a sound that has been flowing for a long, long time, a sound of water moving over smooth, rounded stones, a constant, gentle rhythm that becomes part of the quiet in the room. The sound of the creek is a soft and steady presence, a lullaby from the earth itself. It never stops, it just continues its gentle journey, and the sound of it fills the background with a deep and peaceful hum. Beyond the sound of the creek, there is the sound of the pines. A forest of tall, ancient pines surrounds this sheltered lodge. The night air moves through their high branches, and the needles whisper to one another. It is a soft, hushing sound, a sound like a slow and easy breath. The whisper of the pines and the murmur of the creek blend together, creating a single, soothing song of the forest night, a song of water and wind, of earth and wood. Here inside the lodge, you are held in the center of these gentle sounds. The warmth of the blanket, the solid feel of the lodge around you, and the soft sounds of the forest outside. Everything is in its place. Everything is calm. The moonlight through the window paints a pale, silvery rectangle on the wooden floor. It illuminates the grain of the wood, the slow, swirling patterns of a life lived long ago as a tree. Now that wood provides shelter, a quiet haven in the heart of the forest, the mind can drift on the sound of the creek, following the sound as it rises and falls in its gentle, predictable way. The water tumbles and glides, a constant flow. It is a sound that washes away the day, a sound that cleanses the air. The gentle creek continues its journey, and you can simply listen. There is no need to think, only to listen to the water. The soft, flowing sound of the creek, moving through the dark forest under the soft light of the moon. It is a sound of peace, a sound of continuity, and the pines continue their soft whispering. The wind breathes through them, a slow and steady sigh. It is the breath of the forest. Imagine the soft floor of that forest, just outside these walls, a deep carpet of fallen pine needles, soft and springy underfoot, and beneath the needles a layer of deep green moss, moss that is cool and damp and velvety to the touch. It grows over the earth, over fallen logs, over the roots of the great trees. A soft, living blanket covering the forest floor. The entire forest is a place of softness, the soft moss, the soft bed of needles, the soft whisper in the high branches. Here, in the lodge, you are part of that softness. The blanket is a soft weight. The pillow is a soft cloud. The dim light is soft on the eyes. The sounds are soft on the ears. Everything invites a deeper and deeper sense of ease, a letting go. There's nowhere else to be. This moment is complete. Just the feeling of breathing, in and out, a slow, easy rhythm that matches the rhythm of the forest. The in-breath is cool and clean. The out-breath is a release, a letting go. The sound of the creek is still there, a constant, gentle companion. It has not changed. It is a steady anchor in the quiet. The water flows over stones that have been smoothed by centuries of this same gentle action. The water itself is clear and cold, reflecting the faint light of the stars between the trees. But you do not need to see it to know its nature. You can feel its steady, peaceful energy in its sound, a sound that is both ancient and new in every moment. It just flows, on and on. The wooden walls of the lodge seem to hold the warmth of all the days they have seen, a gentle, radiant warmth that adds to the comfort of the heavy blanket. The structure is solid, reassuring. It stands strong and quiet amidst the whispering pines. It is a place of deep shelter, a place to simply be, to rest, to allow the body to grow heavy and the mind to grow still. Let your awareness drift back to the whisper of the pines, a million tiny needles catching the slow-moving air, a sound that is vast and yet intimate. It is the sound of the forest breathing, a slow, deep, peaceful breath. The tall trees stand as silent watchers in the night, their roots deep in the dark, soft earth, their crowns touching the sky. They are a symbol of quiet strength, of patience, and their gentle sound is a gift to the night, a soft, hushing lullaby that carries on the air. The creek murmurs, the pines whisper. The two sounds are woven together, a seamless tapestry of peace. Sometimes the sound of the water is more noticeable, its gentle tumbling and flowing. Sometimes the whisper of the pine needles comes to the front, a soft, airy sigh. They play with each other, a gentle dance of sound that has been happening here, in this place, for longer than anyone can remember. It is the natural state of things here, this deep and abiding quiet, filled with the softest sounds. The weight of the blanket is a reminder of your own body resting here, heavy, relaxed, and at peace. Every muscle can let go. Every thought can drift away like a cloud on a gentle breeze. If a thought comes, you can just notice it, and then let it float on by, returning your awareness to the sounds of the forest, to the murmur of the creek, to the whisper of the pines. These sounds are always here for you to return to, a safe harbor for the mind. The air in the room is so still. You can feel its stillness on your skin, a gentle coolness that is a pleasant contrast to the warmth beneath the blanket. Breathing in that cool, still air, breathing out and sinking a little deeper into the softness, into the quiet. The rhythm of your own breath is a part of the night's music now, a slow, steady beat alongside the flowing water and the sighing trees, a rhythm of life, of rest, of deep and easy peace. The soft forest floor outside is resting too. The moss is holding the cool night dew, the pine needles lie undisturbed, the roots of the trees are drinking from the damp earth. The entire world outside these walls is in a state of deep repose, and you are held safely within it, sheltered by the strong wooden walls of the lodge, wrapped in the warmth of the blanket, listening to the gentle heartbeat of the forest. The creek continues to flow. It does not hurry. It does not pause. It simply moves with a grace that comes from complete surrender to its path. The sound is a reminder to let go, to flow with this moment of rest, to allow yourself to be carried into a state of deep calm. The water moves, and the sound it makes is a constant, soothing presence, a gentle, liquid sound that fills all the empty spaces. The pines stand tall and dark against the night sky. Their scent is on the air, a clean, earthy fragrance that speaks of wildness and peace. The wind moves through them, and they respond with their soft, whispering song. It is a conversation between the air and the trees, a timeless dialogue, and you are here to overhear their secrets, their gentle, calming words. The hushing sound is like a hand stroking the air, smoothing everything out, making it calm. Inside the lodge, everything remains the same. The soft light, the warm blanket, the solid walls. It is a space of perfect stillness, a container for this peace. The world can continue on outside, but here, in this room, time seems to slow down. It stretches and softens. There is only this moment and the next. each one filled with the same gentle sounds, the same gentle feelings. The feeling of being safe, the feeling of being warm, the feeling of being at rest. The murmur of the creek is a constant thread of sound. The whisper of the pines is a soft blanket of sound. Together, they create the perfect atmosphere for drifting and floating on a sea of calm. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to figure out, just this gentle experience. The sensation of the blanket, the sound of the water, the whisper of the trees, the slow, easy rhythm of your own breath. The forest floor is dark and soft. The moss is a velvet cushion. The creek water is cool and clear. The pines are tall and patient. The lodge is strong and warm. All these things are true, and they create a world of profound and simple peace, a world that you are a part of right now, a world that holds you and supports you as you rest. The sounds continue, unchanging, the gentle creek flowing on, the whispering pines breathing with the night wind. These sounds will continue long after you have drifted into sleep. They will stand guard over your rest. They are the steady, gentle pulse of this quiet, sheltered place, and you can sink into them, letting them carry you deeper and deeper into a place of quiet, a place of stillness. The water flows, the trees whisper, breathing in, breathing out. The gentle rhythm continues. The creek flows on. Here, inside the sheltered wooden lodge, the world grows quiet. The day has settled, and the night has drawn its soft, dark blanket over the forest. The air in the room is still and cool, carrying the faint, clean scent of pine from the wooden walls and the memory of the forest floor. There is a feeling of safety here, held within the solid structure of the lodge. The wood is strong and old, a silent guardian against the vastness of the night. A heavy blanket rests over you, a gentle and comforting weight. It helps you to settle, to feel the support of the soft bed beneath you. Every point of contact is a reminder of stillness, of rest. The weight is a quiet anchor, holding you here in this peaceful moment. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be, just this place, this quiet room, this gentle descent into sleep. The sounds of the world outside are softened by the walls of the lodge. They are present, but distant, muted. The sharp edges of the day have been worn smooth by the evening. What remains is a gentle hum, a quiet collection of sounds that belong only to the night in the forest. You can feel the deep quiet that surrounds this small point of light and warmth, a quiet that is not empty but full of peace, full of the steady, sleeping life of the woods. Listen now to the sounds that filter through. Faintly, at the very edge of hearing, is the sound of the gentle creek. It is a constant murmur, a silver thread of sound woven into the deep silence. It has been flowing all day, and it will continue to flow all through the night, long after you have drifted into sleep. The sound is a promise of continuity, of a world that moves in slow, predictable rhythms. The water tumbles over smooth stones, slides past mossy banks, and continues on its endless journey. The sound never stops. It is a lullaby sung by the land itself, a steady, flowing whisper that washes through the quiet air. It asks for nothing. It simply is, a constant, soothing presence. And with the sound of the water, there is another sound, the sound of the wind moving through the high branches of the pines. It is not a strong wind, but a slow, deep breath, a soft sigh that rises and falls in long, gentle waves. The needles of the countless pines catch this moving air and turn it into a whisper, a soft, shushing sound. It is the sound of the forest breathing, a slow, deep and even breath, in and out. The trees exhale, and a soft whisper moves through the canopy. They inhale, and there is a moment of deeper stillness. This rhythm is ancient and slow. It is the rhythm of rest. The two sounds, the water and the wind, begin to weave together. The steady murmur of the creek is the foundation, the constant flow. The whisper of the pines is the gentle melody that drifts over the top. They do not compete. They exist together, a perfect harmony of the forest night. One sound flows, the other breathes. Together, they create a landscape of peace for the mind to rest in. There are no sudden noises, no interruptions, just the gentle repeating patterns of water and air, of earth and trees. The boundary between the room and the forest begins to soften. The wooden walls are still here, solid and sheltering, but the sounds of the night are a part of the room now. The murmur of the creek seems to flow not just outside, but through the very air around you. A gentle current of sound. The whisper of the pines feels like a breath moving softly in the space. Your own breath begins to find the same rhythm. A slow inhale, a long, soft exhale, matching the slow, sleeping breath of the forest. There is no need to hold on to any thought. Let them drift by like leaves on the surface of the gentle creek. Watch them float for a moment, and then let them go, carried away by the steady current. The sound of the water can wash the mind clean, leaving only stillness behind. The sound of the wind can sweep away any remaining tension, leaving only softness. You are a part of this quiet place. You belong to this peace. The feeling of the heavy blanket is like a layer of soft moss, warm and insulating. The feeling of the bed beneath you is like the soft forest floor, holding you, supporting you completely. There is a sense of sinking, a gentle and pleasant release. Sinking into the mattress, sinking into the quiet, sinking into the deep, soft darkness of sleep. Each breath is a little deeper, a little slower. Each exhale is a letting go, releasing the weight of the body, releasing the thoughts of the mind. The sounds are becoming more abstract now, less like water, less like wind, more like a gentle rhythmic pulse, a soft, continuous hum. It is the background music of the world at rest. It is the sound of deep peace. It is all that is needed. This gentle rhythm, this soft darkness, this feeling of being held and safe. The mind grows quiet. The body is heavy and still. The breath is slow and even. Everything is slowing down, winding down, coming to a place of complete rest. The sounds are just a soft vibration now, a gentle wave, flowing, breathing. The murmur of the creek, the whisper of the pines, they are all one sound now, one feeling, the feeling of peace, the feeling of sleep, sinking down, deeper and deeper, the soft forest floor, the gentle water, the quiet air. Everything is soft, everything is still, heavy and warm, sinking, drifting. The sound of the water, the sound of the air, flowing, breathing, softly, gently, down, down, sinking, still, soft, sleep. The harbour lanterns are still burning. Their soft golden light pools on the dark, shifting water. Each lantern is a steady point of warmth in the cool night air. The light touches the old stones of the quay, making them glow faintly. It catches the gentle rise and fall of the tide, stretching and softening on the surface of the harbour. There is no hurry here, just the slow, patient light, holding its place in the darkness. The air is thick with the clean, sharp scent of salt. It's a scent that speaks of deep water and distant horizons, but here it is gentle, a familiar presence. It drifts from the harbour and moves slowly through the town's quiet lanes. The lanes are empty now, sleeping under the soft glow that spills from the harbour. The air moves without a sound, a slow and easy current that cools your skin and fills your lungs. Each breath is a reminder of the sea, a slow, cleansing breath of salt air. Beneath all the quiet, you can feel the tide rhythm. It is the deep, slow heartbeat of this place, a long, slow pull and a gentle release. The water sighs against the pilings, a soft, percussive sound that repeats and repeats. It's the sound of immense weight moving with incredible gentleness. The tide is breathing, a slow, deep breath that the whole town breathes with it. In and out, a rhythm that has no beginning and no end. It is simply there, a constant soothing pulse in the deep quiet of the night. Far away, a gull calls out, a single sleepy note that hangs in the air for a moment before dissolving. It is not a cry of alarm or hunger, but a sound of settling, a sound that is part of the night's fabric, as much as the light and the air and the water. It is a distant sound, a reminder of the wide open spaces that surround this small, sleeping town. The sound fades, and the quiet that returns is even deeper than before. The quiet holds the soft light of the lanterns, the gentle scent of the salt air, and the deep, unending rhythm of the tide. The light from the harbour lanterns continues its steady watch. It doesn't flicker or fade. It just is. A warm, golden presence. It makes the darkness feel soft and safe. The light lies on the water, and as the tide breathes, the reflections sway. A slow, gentle dance of light on dark water. The light reaches into the mouths of the quiet lanes, painting soft-edged shadows on the cobblestones. Everything is softened by this light. Everything is calm. The salt air continues to drift. It is the breath of the ocean, slow and steady. You can feel it on your face, a cool and gentle touch. Breathing in, the air is clean and pure. Breathing out, you let go into the quiet. The air moves through the lanes, carrying the scent of the sea into every sleeping corner of the town. It is a constant, cleansing flow, a gentle reminder of the vast, peaceful water that lies just beyond the harbour walls, and the tide rhythm continues its slow, deep pulse. The water lifts, a slow and silent swelling, and then it falls, a long, easy sigh. The sound against the shore is a soft whisper, a gentle shushing sound that washes over everything. It is a rhythm you can feel in your own body, a slowing down, a settling, the rise and fall of the water, the rise and fall of your own breath. They move together, a slow, shared rhythm, a deep and peaceful pulse. The distant gulls are quiet now. Their sleepy calls have faded completely into the night. There is only the sound of the water, the feeling of the air, the sight of the soft light. The world has become very simple. It has narrowed to these few gentle things. The steady, golden light, the clean, cool air, the slow, deep rhythm of the tide. There is nothing else to notice, nothing else to do, just this peace, just this quiet. The harbour lanterns glow, a soft, steady light. The light is on the water. The water moves slowly. The light moves with it, a gentle sway, a soft glow. The salt air breathes, a slow, cool breath, in and out. The air is clean. The air is calm. It drifts through the quiet lanes, so quiet. The tide rhythm continues, a deep, slow pulse. The water rises, the water falls. A soft sound, a gentle wash over and over, a slow, steady rhythm. The light is soft, the air is slow, the water is calm. Everything is settling, everything is quiet. The golden light on the water, the salt air in your breath, the slow rhythm of the tide, steady light, cool air, slow water. The light is soft, the air is gentle, the rhythm is deep, in and out. The tide breathes, in and out. A slow breath, soft light, quiet lanes, salt air, tide rhythm, light, air, water, quiet. Slowly, gently, softly, the tide breathes, a slow rhythm, easy breath, soft light, drifting, quiet. The air that drifts through the open window is cool and soft. It carries the clean, briny scent of salt from the harbour below. The quiet of the night is deep and settled, a comfortable weight that blankets the sleeping coastal town. Through the window, the harbour is a space of deep blue and gentle light. Harbour lanterns are lit along the length of the stone quay, their golden glow soft and unwavering. Each light is a steady presence in the darkness, a warm point of stillness. The light from the lanterns touches the surface of the water, creating long, shimmering paths of gold. The water itself is dark and calm, moving with a slow, deep rhythm. As the gentle swell of the tide rolls in, the reflections of the lanterns stretch and soften, bending and reforming. The light on the water is never the same from one moment to the next, yet it is always there, a constant dance of gold on blue, the steady light of the lanterns and the moving light on the water. The only sound is the rhythm of the tide, a slow, soft wash of water against the stone walls of the harbour, a gentle lapping against the wooden hulls of the sleeping boats. It is a sound that is both present and distant, a deep and steady heartbeat for the town. The water sighs against the shore, a long, slow release. This rhythm has no beginning and no end. It is the constant, quiet pulse of the sea, a sound that has measured the nights here for countless years. The slow, easy rhythm of the water. The salt air drifts into the room, cool on the skin. It is a clean and ancient smell, the scent of the deep ocean and the wet stones of the shore. A thin curtain by the window moves just a little, a slow sway in time with the air's gentle current. The air moves, and the curtain moves with it. The room is filled with this cool, clean air, the very breath of the sea. It is calm and quiet, a gentle presence in the stillness. Looking out, the quiet lanes of the town are empty and dark. They wind away from the harbour, disappearing into the soft shadows between the houses. There are no footsteps on the cobblestones, no voices in the narrow streets. The entire town is at rest, given over to the night and the sound of the sea. The quiet in the lanes is as deep as the quiet on the water. A profound and peaceful silence holds everything. The lanterns watch over the empty lanes and the still water. Their light is a gentle guardian of the town's sleep. The rhythm of the tide continues its slow, predictable cycle. The water laps and recedes, a soft, percussive sound against the pilings of the docks. It is a sound you can feel as much as hear, a deep vibration that seems to rise from the earth itself. The sound of the water, rising and falling. The sound of the tide, breathing in and out. It is a rhythm that invites your own breath to slow, to deepen, to match its ancient steady pace. A slow breath in and a long breath out. The tide breathes with you. Far away, out over the dark expanse of the water, a single gull calls. It is not the sharp, demanding cry of the daytime, but a softer, more solitary note that hangs in the air for a moment, before fading. The sound is so distant it seems like a memory, a faint echo that is part of the night's immense quiet. Then it is gone, and only the sound of the water remains, the gentle lapping tide, the soft wash against the stone. The quiet returns, deeper now than before. The harbour lanterns cast their steady golden light. The glow is warm, the colour of honey. It pools on the dark water and touches the side of a moored boat, highlighting the curve of its hull. The light seems to soften everything it touches, smoothing away the hard edges of the day. The light itself feels quiet, a silent and peaceful energy that holds the harbour in a gentle embrace. The warm, steady glow of the lanterns in the cool night air. The salt air continues to drift in, a constant, gentle flow. It is the scent of peace, the scent of the sleeping world by the sea. It fills the space around you, cool and clean. The air is a reminder of the vast, open ocean that lies just beyond the harbour mouth, a great, quiet presence in the dark. The air moves with the same slow rhythm as the tide, a part of the same immense gentle system. The cool air, the salt scent, the slow movement. The quiet lanes remain still. The darkness in the lanes is soft, not absolute. It is a deep blue-grey, softened by the faint ambient light from the sky and the distant glow of the harbour. The houses are dark shapes, their windows like closed eyes. Everything is settled, everything is at rest. The town is dreaming, its dreams shaped by the endless rhythm of the sea. The quiet lanes and the sleeping houses are held in the deep peace of the night. The water in the harbour continues to move, a slow, almost imperceptible rise and fall. The reflections of the lanterns shift and sway on its surface, a silent liquid dance. The light shimmers, breaks apart into 1,000 tiny points, and then reforms into a long golden spear. The movement is hypnotic, a visual lullaby. The steady lights and the moving water, the constant and the ever-changing, together in perfect harmony. The water moves, and the light moves with it. The sound of the tide is a constant companion, a soft, rhythmic shushing, as if the sea is whispering to the shore. The sound washes through the quiet, cleaning it, deepening it. It is a sound that asks for nothing. It simply is, the slow, steady rhythm of the water against the land. It is the most peaceful sound in the world, the sound of the world turning in its sleep. The water laps and falls away. It rises and falls away again, a constant, gentle rhythm. A distant gull calls again, a single, lonely note that travels across the water. It is a sound that emphasizes the vastness of the night, the great open space of the sea and the sky. It is a small sound in a great quiet. It does not disturb the peace. It is a part of it. The sound fades and the quiet deepens, settling back into the steady rhythm of the tide. The sound of the water is all that remains. The harbour lanterns continue their vigil. They do not flicker or dim. They are a line of constant, reassuring presences. Their light is a soft anchor in the deep blue of the night. The light falls on the stone of the quay, making it gleam softly. It catches the wet ropes on a boat, making them shine. The light is gentle, and it reveals a world made gentle by the night. The steady, golden light, the unwavering, warm glow. The salt air is a cool, soft weight. It is the presence of the ocean in the room, a vast and ancient force made gentle by the night. The air moves slowly, deliberately, carrying its clean bryonic scent. It is the scent of distance, of depth, of things that are timeless. The curtain sways, a slow and silent pendulum marking the slow and silent passage of the night. The cool air fills the room, a quiet, cleansing presence. The quiet lanes sleep on. The cobblestones are cool and empty. The silence that fills them is a positive presence, a thick, soft blanket of peace. The town is turned inward, away from the world, listening only to the sound of its own quiet heart, which beats in time with the tide. The deep, settled quiet of a town by the sea, a quiet that has been earned by the day's end. The rhythm of the tide is the only motion, the only story of the night. The water swells and recedes, a slow, powerful, and utterly gentle movement. It is the earth breathing. The sound is a deep and resonant hum, a bass note that underlies all the other silences. It is a sound that you can let go into, a current that can carry you. The slow, easy rhythm of the water, rising and falling, endlessly. The reflections of the lanterns continue to play on the water's surface. They are like liquid gold, flowing and reforming. The light seems to be alive, a gentle spirit dancing on the dark water, the steady source of the light on the shore, and its moving image on the sea. One is still, the other is in constant, gentle motion. They are two parts of the same peaceful whole, the light of the lantern and the light on the water. The air is cool, the air smells of salt. The cool, salt air drifts into the quiet room. It moves with a slow and easy grace, a gentle current from the sea. The night is deep, and the air is filled with the clean scent of the ocean. It is a scent that speaks of rest, of letting go. The soft air moves, and the thin curtain sways, a silent and gentle motion in the stillness. The harbour lanterns are steady and warm, a row of golden lights against the deep, dark blue of the night. Their light is soft, a gentle glow that does not intrude. It illuminates the quiet harbour, the still boats, the dark water. The light is a constant, a point of focus in the vast quiet. The warm, unwavering light of the harbour lanterns watching over the night. The sound of the tide is a slow, deep rhythm. The water washes against the stone wall, a soft and steady sound, a gentle lapping, a quiet release. The rhythm is constant, predictable, and deeply calming. It is the heartbeat of the night, a slow and steady pulse. The water rises and the water falls, a slow, deep breath that the whole world seems to take, the rhythm of the tide, slow and endless. The quiet lanes of the town are still and empty. The houses are dark and silent. The whole town is asleep, held in the gentle cradle of the night. The silence is profound, a deep and peaceful stillness that settles over everything. The quiet of the lanes, the quiet of the houses, the quiet of the harbour. Far away, the sound of a gull, a single soft note that drifts across the water. It is a distant sound, a small detail in the vast canvas of the night. The sound fades, and the quiet returns, deeper than before. The silence is broken only by the constant gentle rhythm of the tide. The slow wash of water against the shore, the light of the lanterns shimmers on the moving water. The golden reflections stretch and contract, a slow and mesmerizing dance. The light is soft, the water is dark, and the motion is gentle. The steady lights on the shore and their moving reflections on the sea. A perfect, peaceful balance. The light on the water, always changing, always there. The salt air continues to flow into the room, cool and clean. The scent of the ocean, the scent of the night. It is a gentle, refreshing presence. The air moves with the slow rhythm of the tide, a part of the night's deep, slow breathing. The cool, salt air fills the quiet space, a calming and steady presence. The rhythm of the tide is a constant, soothing sound. The water laps against the wooden pilings, a soft, hollow percussion. The sound is part of the silence, a texture within the deep quiet of the night. It is a sound that has always been here, and will always be here. The slow, steady pulse of the sea, a rhythm to rest in. The water rises and falls, a gentle and endless cycle. The harbour lanterns cast their warm, golden glow. The light is steady, a soft and reassuring presence in the darkness. It touches the edges of the sleeping boats and the surface of the dark water. The light is quiet and calm, a silent watch over the harbour. The steady, gentle light of the lanterns in the deep blue night. The quiet lanes remain dark and still. The town sleeps on, wrapped in a blanket of peace. The silence is deep and unbroken, a comfortable weight. The only sound is the distant rhythmic sigh of the sea, a sound that is the very essence of the town's quiet. The water continues its slow, rhythmic dance. The reflections of the lanterns sway and shimmer on its surface. The motion is gentle, hypnotic. The light and the water moving together in a slow, silent lullaby. The steady light, the moving water, the deep quiet of the night. The air is cool and smells of salt. It drifts in from the sea, a slow and gentle current. The curtain sways softly. The room is filled with the clean, calm scent of the ocean. The air is still. The night is deep. The sound of the tide is a slow, constant rhythm. A soft wash of water against the shore. A gentle lapping. A quiet sigh. The rhythm is deep and steady, a pulse that underlies the quiet of the night. The water rises, and the water falls. A slow, easy breath. The harbour lanterns are steady and warm. Their golden light is a soft glow in the darkness, a point of stillness. The light reflects on the water, a shimmering path of gold. The steady light and its moving reflection. The quiet of the town is deep and settled. The lanes are empty. The houses are dark. Everything is at rest, held in the peaceful embrace of the night and the sea. The silence is broken only by the distant rhythmic sound of the tide. Far away a gull calls, a single soft note. The sound fades into the vast quiet. The rhythm of the water continues, a slow and steady pulse. The water laps and falls away. The light shimmers on the dark surface. The cool salt air drifts in. The night is quiet and the harbour is at peace. The slow, gentle rhythm continues. The light remains steady. The air is cool. The quiet is deep. The room is a space of quiet and shadow. Through the open window, a gentle air drifts in, carrying the clean, cool scent of salt and the deep sea. It touches your skin like a soft cloth, a reminder of the vast, calm water that lies just beyond the walls. Below, in the harbour, the lanterns are lit, not with a harsh, bright glare, but with a soft, steady glow that seems as old as the town itself. Their golden light pools on the dark, still water, creating long, shimmering reflections that sway with the gentlest of movements. There is no need to move, no need to do anything at all. You are simply here, held in the stillness of the night. The sounds of the day have long since faded away. The busy footsteps on the cobblestones, the calls of the vendors, the clatter of work in the boatyards, all have dissolved into this profound and peaceful quiet. What remains is a deeper sound, a more ancient one. It is the rhythm of the tide. Listen, you can hear it now. A long, slow, gathering hush as the water rises, washing gently against the stone walls of the harbour. It is a sound that is more a feeling than a noise, a deep resonance that you can feel in the floorboards, in the very air of the room. It is the town's own slow heartbeat, a rhythm that has measured the nights here for centuries. After the long, slow wash of the incoming water, there is a moment of perfect stillness. A pause before the water begins its slow, sighing retreat. A gentle, pulling sound, a soft whisper of water over sand and stone, drawing back out toward the open sea. This is the only clock you need tonight. The slow, steady measure of the tide, in and out, a rhythm of immense and patient power, yet one that is endlessly gentle. It asks nothing of you. It simply is. And in its presence, the day's concerns begin to feel very small, very distant. They are like small boats that have drifted far out beyond the horizon, beyond sight and beyond thought. The salt air continues to drift in, cool and clean. It carries the faint, earthy scent of seaweed and the clean mineral smell of wet stone. It is the scent of pure, elemental things. It clears the mind, washing away the residue of thought and worry, leaving behind a sense of clean, open space. You can feel it on your face, a cool touch that soothes and calms. With every breath you draw in this peace, this quiet essence of the coast at night. The light from the harbour lanterns paints soft, moving shapes on the far wall. They are not distinct pictures, but rather gentle washes of gold and shadow. A lantern on a distant pier sways almost imperceptibly in the breeze, and its reflection on the wall elongates and contracts, a slow and silent dance. The light is warm, a comforting presence in the cool darkness. It is a quiet guardian, watching over the sleeping boats that rock gently in their slips, their ropes creaking softly with a sound like a sleepy sigh. Every so often a new sound will thread its way through the quiet, but it does not disturb the peace. It only deepens it. From far away, the lonely, echoing call of a single gull, a sound not of alarm, but of sleepy settlement. It is a high, clear note that hangs in the air for a moment, and then dissolves back into the vast silence, a reminder of the wide, open space that surrounds this small, sleeping town. The sound is so distant it seems to come from another world, a world of mist and open water, far from here. The quiet lanes that wind through the town are empty now. You cannot see them from here, but you can feel their emptiness. You can imagine the cobblestones worn smooth by generations of footsteps, now cool and damp in the night air. The light from the upper windows of the houses has gone out one by one, leaving only the soft communal glow of the harbour. The lanes are pathways of silence, holding the memory of the day but now given over completely to the night and the sound of the sea. There is a deep sense of safety in this shared quiet, in a town turned inward, resting together under the same dark sky. Your attention returns to the rhythm of the water. The tide breathes in, a long, slow, deliberate filling of the harbour. The water level rises by an imperceptible amount, lifting the boats with a gentle, cradling motion. The sound is a deep and soothing hum, the sound of immense weight moving with impossible grace. And then the tide breathes out, a slow release, a long, drawn-out sigh as the water recedes, leaving the stones of the quay glistening in the lantern light. You can feel this rhythm beginning to connect with your own. Your breath, without any effort, begins to find the same slow, steady pace. A long, slow breath in, filling your lungs with the cool, salt-tinged air. A moment of stillness, and a long, slow breath out, releasing everything, letting it all go. The air you breathe in is the air of the sea. The breath you release joins the quiet of the night. There is no past here, and no future. There is only this moment stretching out, soft and unbroken. Time itself seems to have softened, losing its sharp edges, becoming as fluid and gentle as the water in the harbour. The need to measure it, to mark its passing, fades away completely. There is only the continuous unfolding present. The gentle light, the cool air, the rhythmic sound. The details of the room become less important. The shape of the window, the texture of the walls, the solidness of the floor, they all begin to merge into a single feeling of being held, of being in a safe and quiet place. Your awareness is no longer confined by the walls of the room, but expands outward, drifting on the air, merging with the night. You are here, in this room, but you are also out there, with the swaying lanterns, the sleeping boats, and the vast, dark water. The boundary between you and the world outside begins to dissolve. The cool air on your skin is the breath of the ocean. The gentle rise and fall of your chest is the movement of the tide. The quiet in your mind is the quiet of the empty lanes and the sleeping harbour. You are a part of this piece, and it is a part of you. The sound of the water continues its endless cycle, in and out, a soft wash, a gentle pull. It is the most reliable sound in the world. It has never stopped, and it will not stop. It is a foundation of calm upon which you can rest. Each wave that washes in seems to carry a sense of peace, depositing it on the shore of your awareness. Each wave that draws back out seems to pull away a little more tension, a little more thought, drawing it out into the deep and leaving you lighter. The golden light from the lanterns continues to play on the walls, but now it is just a soft presence, a gentle warmth in the cool darkness. The shadows it casts are soft and deep, places for the mind to rest. They are not empty, but full of quiet, full of peace. The world has been simplified, reduced to these elemental things: light, air, water, and quiet. A distant boat shifts at its mooring, and the soft, low groan of the rope is a thread of sound woven into the deep silence. It is not a disturbance. It is a part of the harbour's sleepy music. It speaks of security, of being safely tied, of resting in a calm haven. All the boats are at rest, their journeys done for the day. They float on the dark water, held by the gentle rhythm of the tide, just as you are held by the quiet of this room. The air continues to flow, a constant, silent river moving through the open window. It is the living breath of the night, and it flows around you, through you. With every breath you feel yourself becoming more and more a part of this gentle, flowing world. The feeling of the bed or the chair beneath you is just a sense of support, a steady anchor in a world that is soft and fluid. You are held, you are safe, you are at peace. The mind grows quiet. The stream of thoughts slows to a trickle, and then even that seems to dissolve into the vast ocean of quiet that surrounds you. There is nothing to figure out, nothing to remember, nothing to plan. There is only the being here, in this moment, feeling the air, seeing the soft light, hearing the eternal rhythm of the sea. The tide breathes in, a long, slow, filling sound. The tide breathes out, a long, soft, releasing sigh. This rhythm is all that matters. It is the only story now, the story of water and stone, of night and rest. It is a story that is told without words, a story that you can feel in your very bones. It is a lullaby sung by the sea itself. In and out, the light is soft, the air is cool, the quiet is deep, the water rises a gentle lift, the water falls, a soft return. There is only the rhythm, the slow, steady pulse of the harbour. It is the pulse of deep sleep, of profound rest. Let it carry you. Let it hold you. There is nothing else to do. Nowhere else to be. Just the gentle wash of water, just the soft golden light, just the cool, clean air. Just now the narration comes to a soft close. The sounds will continue, steady and calm as you rest.